Hola, muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to the 9th conference on inclusive entrepreneurship and employment that Action Against Hunger Spain organizes every year. And this is together with the European Social Fund. So we are in this great venue in the Bertelsmann Association. We are also here through streaming, so we also would like to say hello to our colleagues connected online. This is a very international event, so that is why we're also going to have simultaneous interpreting, Spanish-English. And before we start, I'll introduce ourselves so that you know who we are. We are Lara Miralles. She's a journalist, specialized in startups, so she's helping entrepreneurs. She's been helping entrepreneurs for many years, and also she works in a radio program called The Words of a CEO. So you can check that on the internet because she has very nice interviews. My name is Jose Angel. I'm also a journalist. I work in COPE Radio, and my field of expertise is also startups and innovation. So as you will imagine, it is a great honor for Action Against Hunger Spain to be in such a great venue. I've been in other place before, but it's super cool. And it is a great honor and a great privilege to have all the experts who are going to be here today. Because these are all institutions working for social and working and labor insertion and integration of people. Great. Thank you so much. It's going to be super interesting, and we're going to discover very innovative actions to help our actions in the society so that the work market is more inclusive and so that vulnerable communities have more options to access to the labor market. So we're going to have national and European experts, and they will be sharing with us their vision about this common goal with an innovative point of view. We'll do everything so that everyone will enjoy the event a lot. And we're going to allow you to use the smartphones, but only if you're going to be sharing everything happening in this conference. So we encourage you to upload photos, videos, comments, and everything you like with the hashtag Innovation for Inclusion. Great. So next, we're going to have a great person with us. This is Luis González Muñoz. He's the Technical Engineering Director at Action Against Hunger, Spain. Thank you so much. So just to put you in context, Luis is going to welcome you all to the event. He's going to explain about the importance of sharing generating alliances. Also, he's going to tell us about the advantages and opportunities that are to come with the European funds. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this welcome. It is a great honor for me to be here with you in the 9th event that we organized in the 9th year. Finally, we were able to do this on-site again, so I thank you all for your time to be here with us to discover and to exchange experiences about innovation for inclusion. Also, I would like to thank all the people who are connected online in the different countries, because the European network of inclusion in employment is also participating. So, and also I'd like to thank all the people who received an award due to these experiences for inclusion innovation. Thank you so much for coming here to receive your award. Also, I would like to thank the Bertelsmann Foundation, because this venue is super nice. It's just amazing. So this is the first conference we have here, but I hope it will not be the last one. And also, I would like to thank the European Social Fund and the operational program for social inclusion in Spain, because this is a driver for the European Innovation Network for inclusion through innovation, so that we can promote these actions, and so that we can attract more innovative experiences, and so that we can exchange experiences at a European level. So this should be a bridge for all the Spanish associations to get to know other European associations. Also, I would like to thank the Ministry of Social Affairs, because they helped us to have this become a reality. And as I always say, well, I know most of you, so it is great to see that again you have the time to be here to learn more and to learn about other people and to discover about new challenges and good practices for social and work inclusion. This is more necessary than ever. We have more and more changes in the society, and these changes go very fast, and this is what makes the situation different. It is extremely fast, those changes we're experiencing now. So this requires a very fast reaction capacity. In the last 10 years, as an organization with Action Against Hunger, we had to adapt to so many changes. Like the ones I was explaining in the last conferences, but in the last 2 years, this was like a big rally. So all the organizations, institutions, and people who are here today working for inclusion of people in the labor market, we have had to survive with this period where we also drew many lessons learned, and now it's the time to do that and to put things into practice in the time to come after this year. The data we have for unemployment in Spain right now are around 14.6% of unemployment in Spain, with a big gender inequality. This is still a reality, and we still cannot reduce that gap. And we also find inequalities related to employment in terms of age. So we have people under 25, where 31% in this group are unemployed, and another sector which is also very vulnerable are those over 55 years old, and it is hard for them to find new jobs. And in Spain, unemployment is not the same everywhere. There's a big inequality in terms of regions, and also in those regions where there is more of an socio-economic development, there is a big group of poverty. We know this because we will work with this, and in the last report, with the last survey published with life conditions, it turned out that 7% of population was in a situation in a severe situation, lacking things. So, and the Arope index for exclusion risk had gone up from 25.3 up to 26.4. And I believe that, well, the last unemployment data are positive, and we are all contributing to have this economic recovery. But there is a structural poverty, and there are many faces, many people who are now in a structural situation, and many others are threatened to become part of this structural unemployment. So from Action Against Hunger Spain, we are not satisfied with this reality, and one of our big challenges is to try to reduce or mitigate this risk for these people to be within this structural poverty, not just by improving their opportunities to access unemployment, but also to work in a more holistic manner, as we will discuss today. Some of you may be here for the first time in this conference, and well, I often need to repeat these again and again, but I don't mind, because this is important to convey. At Action Against Hunger, we have a vision which would be a world without hunger, and working against the causes and the effects of hunger. In Spain, if we consider hunger as a term, as a broad word, a broad concept, one of the causes for hunger, not just hunger for food, this would be access to the resources of life. And in this regard, our organization out of Spain, but also in Spain, we focused on generating short and long-term opportunities for all the people we work for. And as an organization, we work on 3 pillars. We work on innovation, and this is an example of why we are leading this innovation network for in work inclusion in Europe. And we based this on knowledge, and most of our interventions are based on research first and then on action. So today we will discover some examples of how we can incorporate our healthy lifestyle as a factor to improve employability, to be out of exclusion. And the third pillar we work on is collaboration. Innovation processes already require collaboration, and then social inclusion and work inclusion is a big challenge with the public entities, also with companies, with other organizations. And the challenges that we are facing change so fast that among the organizations we also need to collaborate to learn and to transfer all the advances that we are having. So innovation needs to be focused at generating more value in the people, and this is our biggest principle, and we need to continue working on that. So research and generating knowledge and having this available to all the stakeholders we work with. So this way of working and this collaboration is very important for us. So we have innovation, knowledge, and collaboration. And this is now more important than ever with the big challenge that we have for recovery and with the European funds coming from Europe, because this requires collaboration. As we've seen, this is related to the design on how these plans have been created, where different sectors have been working together, and we are tackling these collaborative models in different regions in Spain to see how these plans will be transferred at the regional levels. And while we are here, we are working with sectors where normally we're not so used to working with, like, for example, industry or town planning. So inclusion and improvement of people in risk of exclusion is a multi-sectoral task, and this requires collaboration. So we need to exercise collaboration, and in our sector, we know that we use this word a lot, but sometimes we do not practice it as much as we would like to. But innovation and opportunities that we have for the future in terms of funding to contribute to improve the lives of people, this will require that we are more and more trained in collaborative work. So once again, thank you so much for being here today. Also, of course, I would like to thank the people who are here to share your knowledge. And next, I'll give the floor again back to our hosts. So Rosa from UAFSE, she's been with us in many fora. So personally, I really thank you for being here with us today. I know you have a very tight agenda, so thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you. Thank you so much, Luis. I was actually thinking, well, today it's the 1st of December, right? And today the unemployment data will be published. I was probably right now, this is being told on the radio. And I remember in the past I was always look for people who are unemployed. I remember a special person. He was a Raul. He's 60 years old and he's worked for big companies with good positions. But 5 years ago he lost his job. He tried for 2 or 3 years. He was sending his CV and doing some job interviews, but no one gave him an opportunity. So what happened? Well, in the end, he gave up, and it was sad to hear his story because he has good skills and lots of experience, but he gave up. So that was very sad. So that's why it is so interesting to have such a debate today, to find alternatives, to find ideas, to present this to the society for people like Raul and many other people who are in different situations. And now we have a bigger opportunity with the European funds. A lot of money will be coming to Spain, and we need to take advantage of this. So we're going to have Rosa Estefanía Díez, who is the subdirector of management at the unit for the management of the European funds at the Ministry of Work and Social Economy. Thank you, Rosa. So now, just to put you in context, she's going to tell us about these new funds coming from the European Union that will open many new opportunities for the next years. Thank you.
Yes. Sí, hemos conseguido.
Yes, we did it. We had a problem. Good morning to everybody. It is a great pleasure to be in this forum, especially to see you face to face. Thank you to the Foundation Against Hunger for helping us to be here. Thank you also to Jose Angel for the short presentation, and thank you, Luis, for your kind words. I think that you agree when I say that the European funds are so important. They have never been so present in the mass media, and we've been approximately 1.5 years since the beginning of the pandemic hearing continuously talking about the European funds and also the possibilities that they offer us, but more specifically for the recovery of Spain. I will not give you much information, but we are facing so much information, so many kinds of information about the impact of the pandemic on our economy. And in these minutes of my presentation, I would like to give a little bit of order to this bunch of information from our perspective. And I would like to focus also on inclusion, innovation, which is the matter that raises most importance here. Let me go to the next slide. So as you know, at this moment we are executing the program 1420. This does not mean that 2020 has been the last year of execution of these funds, as we believe wrongly a lot of times, since the European social funds have a rule which is called N+3, which means that these funds must be used at the end of the year. So last year is 2020, so 2023 is the last year to spend them, so there's still a time to invest. And within this program, the Association Against Hunger has participated in many programs within this framework. In POIS, that all of you know, it is developing now really classical operations, and also different programs that are very innovative, such as EPICO or the Network for Inclusion that is also present in this forum. And after the pandemic, after the beginning of the pandemic, there's a reaction from the European Union to face the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic. And that's the goal of the React EU funds. Maybe you have heard talking about it in different ways. They are funds for the recovery of the European Union. And what are these funds? They are additional resources integrated for 2014-2025. They are not new funds, they are just incorporated in this period of time. And what are their main characteristics? They are co-financed 100%. This means that all the spends have to that we have to give back this money to the European Union. There's no national co-financing. This is very important because, as you know, from 2014-2020, this changed. It depended on the location, and it could be from 50% in developed places till 85% in places such as the Canary Islands. Or there are many variants. So this co-financing rate changes. But in this case, it is 100%. And the eligibility of expenditure is from the 1st of February 2020. So all of expenses since the 1st of February 2020. This is the date when the European Union considered that the pandemic arrived to Europe. We need a date, and it seems that for the European Commission this is the date. From this time we can there's this eligibility of expenditure. And what's the main goal of these funds? We called it a thematic objective, which means to boost the recovery from the crisis in the framework of the pandemic and its social consequences, to get ready for a green, digital and resilient economic recovery. This is the main goal of these funds. And within these great goals, we also have more goals, which are called specific goals. The first one is for employment, second one for education, and there is a specific one for social inclusion, which is to help people, disadvantaged people, to access to the labor market, to all the inclusion measures, and to eradicate poverty. We have used 20% of the React EU resources in 2021 for this goal. A very important part, only for inclusivity. So let's continue with the next slide. So as I was saying before, we're executing this 1420 program, and we are also preparing the next one, 2021-27, which is called the EU Social Fund Plus. And the first thing that has to happen is that it is approved at European level a new directive. They have been passed the 24th of June of 2020, and since that moment we can start to build the next period. We can set the basis and start the program, which is what we are doing right now, talking to all the social stakeholders and trying to set the basis of this new period. And what's the main political goal of these funds that will be assignated? To achieve a more inclusive and social European Union, applicating the European Pillar of Social Rights. I guess that all of you know what is the European Pillar of Social Rights, but if you don't know it, I will explain it. It is a list of principles, 20 principles for a transition towards a more social and inclusive European Union. If we Google it, we will see all of these 20 principles, but if I ask you now, what do you think that are these principles to transit to a more fair Europe? I think that all of us, or almost all of us, will agree on all of the pillars, because we're talking about equality of chances, stability. We are talking about fair salaries. All of these issues that we discuss every single day. This is a key factor to transit to this social Europe model. So as you see, this fund is not called European Social Fund, it's called European Social Fund Plus. And why? Because it's applied in many other cases. We add the Youth Employment Initiative, which was not part of this European fund before, and we also include the fund for EU aid for the most deprived. This is what faces extreme poverty and the immediate needs of people, such as food. So as I was saying, we are developing this program 21-27. It has a political objective, as we were saying, which is the number 4. And within this political goal, under its umbrella, we have 11 specific objectives. We will follow the lines of these objectives to start to execute these funds that will be assignated. And within these 11 objectives, 5 are dedicated for social inclusion. So the key factor for this EU Social Fund, as its name says, is very clear. I think that in the last period it was more focused on employment, and now it is of course focused on employment, because without employment there is no inclusion. But it also takes into account people in disadvantaged situations which have difficulties to get unemployment. And those are the 5 objectives: to boost the active inclusion, equal opportunities, integration of nationals from non-EU countries, socio-economical integration, especially for Roma people, to improve equality, and to boost the social integration of people in risk of poverty or social exclusion, including people in difficulties and children. And in order to make all of this real, it is not just enough to say that we are very social and that we have 5 objectives. We have to assure that we will spend these funds and that we will invest them correctly. This means we need a minimum to each part. This is specified in EU legislation, and from all of the funds that will be assigned to Spain, at least 12.5% must be dedicated to youth employment. This is done in the case of Spain because it's the same for all member states that have a youth unemployment rate above the average, and unfortunately this happens in Spain. It is above the average. We need therefore 12.5% at least for this goal. We usually spend more. Or at least in the case of Spain. Social inclusion. We need at least 25% for all of these funds. We need at least 25%. For material privation, we need at least 3%. We mean most extreme poverty and fighting hunger. This has a 90% of co-financing rate. And last but not least, and this is new from the last program, in order to fight against the children poverty, we need at least 5% of the funds. In member states where the AROPE rate above the European rate of the EU between 2017 and 2019. I have to say that social inclusion plus children poverty, everything is not 30%. I would like to be like that, but it's not like that. So it's 28% of all the European Union funds assigned to Spain that must go to social inclusion, and this shall be respected. And let me end my intervention now. Due to the characteristics of this event, I also wanted to speak about the European legislation and how it approaches the new innovative actions. We're talking about at least one priority of investment. That means we have to prioritize innovation. So it cannot be that we specify this in EU regulation and then we do not apply it. The maximum percentage of co-financing can be 95%. It is very high. And so wanted the European Commission. In this case, I repeat, it is 95%, a maximum 5% of all the national resources. If we go above, then the co-financing rate will be a little bit lower. We have two different concepts, social innovation and social experimentation. The first one has to do with new ideas that satisfy social needs and boost cooperation between different entities. And social experimentation means strategic intervention to apply innovative actions in small scale to know their impact in advance. So these are the two definitions that are in Article number 2 of the EU regulation. So as you see, the EU is worried to be innovative and to integrate this innovation and fight like this against the social exclusion. And this is everything I wanted to share with you today. So 4 key ideas before I end on the funds. I hope it was not a boring presentation. I hope it was a brief but effective presentation so that you know the last news about the European Social Fund. And thank you everybody for your attention. Thank you also for your attention to those who follow us through streaming. And again, thank you to the Foundation Against Hunger for the invitation. I hope that we can keep cooperating in the future, because it's clear that public-private cooperation is the only way to impact in people's lives, and this is what Action Against Hunger is working to improve people's lives. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to see you again.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, Rosa.
So thank you very much, Rosa. Now we will turn to talking about new, better tools of employability. One of these tools can be professional orientation, a tool that aims to help us in professional decisions and that helps smooth the way to a job in which we feel fulfilled. It's especially useful for disadvantaged groups and to fight against the gender stereotypes. Today we have Sara Sánchez. Please come on stage. She's the project manager at the Bertelsmann Foundation, and she's going to talk to us about a new approach to employment orientation that the foundation is working on. She will also talk with Maria Angeli. She works at the Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies, and she's also going to give us her views on the gender stereotypes in the labor market. So please come on stage.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias. Yo la verdad que prefiero estar de pie, así que voy.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this conference as part of our Bertelsmann's association and having this venue. I'm extremely happy to see that our venue is very full with great people, and I'm very happy to be here to share initiatives related to in innovation and employability of people and exclusion. So we are a foundation with the German origins, but we've been in Spain for over 20 years working in cultural and educational projects and social innovation in Spain. Since 2014, we work especially with in the line of employment for the youth, and we work with dual training and quality, and also with educational orientation. So today I'm going to be telling you about this, and I would like to share with you an excellence model in orientation based on international standards that we have developed in the last years. And to get to here, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the background. So as I said, we've worked in academic and professional orientation for many years, starting with the idea that orientation is a task for everyone. So for the young people, for the youth, especially for students in secondary school, does not only depend on the teachers at school, but it depends on the families, on the school, of course, but also the public administration and the companies. And there we are all responsible for this orientation, and we believe that orientation needs to be an early process, because we all know that the work environment is changing faster than ever. So that is why we believe that training this skill, or this orientation skill, will help them be able to adjust and reorientate their professional career throughout their life. So lifelong learning is a concept that we've learned in the past, and now we also would like to highlight this concept of lifelong orientation, because this is the reality that we have. So now I'm gonna go into the details. In the first years, we based our efforts on developing resources and materials to help these schools and the families to improve orientation of the students. And in 2017, we started a research project in order to identify good practices at an international level, to see what other countries are doing great. And this is how we came up with this model, with the good career guidance promoted by the Gatsby Foundation. And from this moment, we started the process of collaboration and adaptation of this process, of this model. This is a big success story from the UK. So we'll tell you how we've adapted this to the Spanish model. And this model, Good Career Guidance, is a quality framework for orientation. Normally, orientation is a concept that is not too clear. It is very fragmented. So the schools and the society need to know what we mean by academic professional orientation. So they conducted a research in the OECD countries, and they identified 6 countries that would perform great. And this was Canada. Let me see if I remember all of them. Finland, Netherlands, Germany, Ireland, and Hong Kong. And they've analyzed what were the features in all these countries to see all the strengths, so that they could create the Gatsby benchmarks. So they've identified 8 very specific areas, so that you can identify what you have to do to improve in those areas. So once this framework framework of action was defined, they realized that for this to work at a system level, they realized that they would need a new professional role to be complemented with these education centers, because we already know what they do and what the task is, so that they could have some actions of leadership, so that orientation could be a cross-sectional action and a pillar of the schools, and especially to open the doors of the schools to the outer world and establish relationships with organizations, companies and associations to create real opportunities, so that the students could participate there and do some visits to the companies or some trainings or scholarships and get in contact with professionals. So this is the role that they came up with. This is career leaders, and in order to test the validity of this approach, of this project, they launched a pilot project in 16 schools in the northeast England. The schools were selected in less favorable social and economic profile schools, with a bigger rate of students quitting school. So it was a mandate on how we need to do things right, but also it was about let's see if students receive more information, have a bigger contact with the professional life, and if they receive a more personalized orientation, let's see if this has an impact on their professional goals and also on future opportunities. The results were very good. It was proven that within a few years, these schools have evolved a lot in terms of educational innovation and training of teachers in general terms for orientation and inclusion of orientation, including this within the different subjects. With the specific professions, this had a great impact on the significative learning impact on the students, because then they could relate how things could be useful for them, and also then orientation will be placed at the core, and this will open new relationships to the outside of the school. And with these results, this project started to become part of the educational policy in 2018. So this is a great example for us. Now we are starting our project here now in Spain. So in these years we've been adapting this and transferring this knowledge, and now moving from the Gatsby benchmarks, we developed our Xcelence project with 10 key areas. We've added two areas to those that were described in the UK. This we didn't do isolated, but we did some contrast and testing here with experts in education in Spain, with teachers, school directors, and we ended up defining these 10 key areas, and also with the indicators and with the questions to contrast if we're performing well or whether we have some areas for improvement. So out of the career leader, with this role, we are now promoting and training this new profile that we've named Coordinator for Strategy. This is CEAP, CEAP. And from this pilot project, we've also started our own pilot project, and this is Xcelence, is inspiring schools. So this model is a reference model promoting an innovative approach for schools with 10 key areas, and this is a self-assessment tool, and this is a free tool, online tool. You can download from xcelence.es. And with this, the schools can do a first contrast, and they can see how they are performing with these 10 areas, because they will receive a report indicating their status or how much they've achieved those goals in each of the areas, but additionally, they will get back some resources and good practices and recommendations in order to advance in those areas. So the idea is not for this to be a fixed picture, just to have this idea of the situation and just to stay there, but this is more about having a continuous improvement process. So a key element here is that this is designed for the teachers, but also for the directors of the school, so that this can have a real impact. Here we have the 10 key areas. It is very clear, very specific areas, and these we can identify. Well, some of them are bigger than others depending on the colors. So some areas are related to assessment and coordination. This is the strategic coordination within the school, with all the stakeholders participating. And then we have some related to the students and families. As the families will become an active agent. This is important, how they participate in this context of the schools. Also, the students need to receive a very personalized or customized assistance and orientation. So this requires time for the orientators. And also there is a specific field related to the contents of the curricula and how we integrate orientation within every subject matter. So this is about giving the context, or the professional context, on which professions are related to these areas, or to these educational contents, and to these different tools that we're working in the class. And also you can see there's a big weighting. This is almost 1/3, and this is related to the professional world. And as I said before, bringing the educational world and the professional world closer is more and more important. OECD has worked in the field for many years, and just a few weeks ago they published a report concluding that those students that received professional orientation and information about the market and about new professions and all that. Oh, well, I'm being told I need to speed up, so I'm going to finish here with these areas. So those people who have had this orientation, they have a better professional path. And this is related to different factors. They conducted this study through about 10 years, and they analyzed how this information, how these experiences, this can lead to having a positive impact, so that the students can make the decisions, taking into account their self-knowledge and exploration of the context, and knowing which opportunities there are over there and which information they can access to, and just by knowing which professions they can access. And of course, there's the different paths. And now it's not just one way or the other. Now it's not everything so strict, going to university or not going to university. Now opportunities have multiplied, so the students need to know all these opportunities. Great, so maybe then the rest of the information I'll tell you next time. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we're very intrigued with the rest. So thank you, Maria.
So much for organizing this. It's a great opportunity to meet face-to-face, something that we used to take for granted. I'm going to talk in English because unfortunately I don't speak Spanish, but I will try to keep a slow pace for the brilliant interpreters to be able to translate what I am saying. Is my presentation online here? No? Okay. So I come from Cyprus, from the Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies. which is based in still sunny Nicosia. We are a small NGO. We work for gender equality and women's rights, and we are affiliated to the University of Nicosia. Our aim is to combat all forms of gender inequalities and to fight for women's rights. And we have understood, we've been around for the last 21 years, and we have understood that education is a great tool towards this aim. I was asked to talk to you about, to give you a gender analysis of educational and career choices, and to talk to you about gender segregation, and to be a little bit practical. So I will draw on two recent research projects that we have been involved in. The one it was under the Free to Choose project with the scientific coordination of the University of Valencia here in Spain. And what we have tried to do with Free to Choose was to identify those attitudes and behaviors that perpetuate gender stereotypes and influence gender segregation in education and career choices. So we focused on what people believe and how they make their choices with this project. We had in-depth interviews with young people around Europe. And with the other project, the Gender Ed, we had a research element as well, where we have looked at the structural level of schools, of how gender stereotypes are reinforced, or most importantly, how they are challenged. And I think this is where we should focus our research from now on those practices that challenge gender stereotypes. And I will explain later on. I know that you're very familiar with gender segregation, but just to make sure that we are on the same page, we are fighting gender stereotypes and gender segregation because it limits people's possibilities. We make choices, as you know, many times not based on our real traits and talents, but based on stereotypical ideas about ourselves. So this leads to horizontal segregation, where we have female-dominated sectors or male-dominated sectors, and then we have the vertical segregation with phenomena of glass ceiling and gender inequality. Glass ceiling sometimes, and most of the times, means that women are getting paid less, which has an impact throughout their lives, and that's why we have a huge gender gap, and many women 65 plus being poor and living below the poverty line. So, how do we make choices? How do people choose their educational and career paths? What we have identified through our research is that we make choices based on our beliefs about ourselves and our talents, our traits, and our beliefs about the professions. What are the necessary traits in order to be a good professional in the field? Our estimations about our personal talents and about the talents needed for professions are many times stereotypical. When we asked people to identify which are the talents for male-dominated sectors and female-dominated sectors, we have unveiled very well-known gender stereotypes. So, for example, men were considered to be hard work, to have the trait of hard work, to be impatient, to be confident, to have physical strength, and to have practical thinking, just to name a few of the traits. Whereas to women, they were sensitive, they are empaths, they're social, and it was a very dominant idea, this maternal instinct, which leads to specific professions because they are seen as an extension of their maternal role, such as teaching, for example. Women were considered to be multitasking, whereas men were considered to be able to perform one task at a time, which I think is a very well-known common gender stereotype. So, as I said, gender traits lead to different choices. So for example, the notion that practical thinking is inherited to boys, it can affect their choices. So, and it leads to some specific professions. And I think we also have stereotypes about ourselves as men and women, but we also have a lot of stereotypes about professions and what is needed. And let me give you an example from our research. For example, sensitivity and empathy was one of the main talents that was considered as very necessary for women, of course, psychologists, kindergarten teachers, and teachers in general. But if we think about it, don't male-dominated sectors, such as politicians, need to have empathy and sensitivity? And I think that we have suffered a lot throughout history from politicians who were not empaths and were not sensitive. So I think that we need to question the talents that we believe each profession should have. And there is this very typical example to show this about a famous mathematician, Diana Tamina. She was a Latvian mathematician who entered some decades ago a male-dominated math lab. She was able to solve a problem in geometry using knitting, something that she has learned from a young age. And there is this story of her uncle who said, "Oh, you should stop knitting now because you're a mathematician. And it's not appropriate for an academic mathematician to knit." And she said, "My uncle has no idea about what maths are." Because she managed to solve this problem using algorithms with knitting. And she became very famous. So I think this is what we lose when we do not fully use the talents and the experiences of men and women. And this is only one of the many, many examples in history. Stereotypes are not easy to identify. And because, according to this famous quote, we don't see that we don't see what we don't see. They impact us in many, many ways and in many obvious ways. And I will give you an example through our research where we entered schools being very silent at the back of the class and trying to identify how gender stereotypes work. And there was this teacher who asked the boy to turn on the projector, and he said, "Nicolas, could you turn on the projector because you're the tallest in the class?" And then all of a sudden, 4 girls started laughing, and they said, "Sir, he is the tallest among boys, but there are girls who are taller than him." And I'm only using this example to show how strong stereotypes are in our minds, that they even influence what we see in front of us. Schools convey values and behavioral models which can often reinforce gender stereotypes, although they provide the space to challenge gender stereotypes, and we strongly believe that this is our greatest tool to combat gender stereotypes. But we've seen this boy and girl binary being very obvious in the schools, and we've seen girls and boys from a very young age being pushed to choose different colors, different games, different interests, according to their gender. What we have also seen is that students learn very clearly at school from a very young age which is the gender which is more valuable and more important in history, in sports, in politics, in science, in arts, in poetry. And when you increase the opportunities of the one gender, at the same time you decrease the opportunities of the other gender. And that's why we learn that women have supplementary roles in history, and we learn this in school. And it's very surprising to me why we don't challenge this, because I don't remember anyone in my class, and I haven't observed anyone in schools asking where were the women or where are the women in history, for example. Gender power relations are obvious not only in the curricula, as I have just explained, but they are obvious in the geography of the schools as well. And maybe it's the reality here as well, but we have a dominant soccer field, which is male-dominated, and I have experienced incidences where boys keep their space using even sexual harassment. And it's very interesting to observe that it's exactly the same mechanism that politicians use to safeguard their space in parliament as well. It's the same mechanisms. We've seen incidences of sexual harassment when women were becoming more loud than they should in the parliament and in schools. So I think it's worth examining the mechanisms, because I think that if we want to combat gender stereotypes, we need to know very, very well how they are manifested and the power relationships behind them. And our research was very positive, and I would like to see the glass half full, because we've seen incidences of teachers challenging gender stereotypes in schools. For example, a discussion in Italy about French Revolution, which was in the curricula, but a critical eye talking to students about how human rights were men's rights. And in Cyprus, where there was not an absence of gender issues in the curricula, in the class of Greek language, where the student used this opportunity when they were discussing about freedom to talk about women's rights under this umbrella. We have seen students challenging gender stereotypes. For example, when a teacher taught them that women should perform easier exercises, we've seen a reaction from the boys. So it's always a negotiation of power structures and gender stereotypes. And I think we should shed light into these moments, and we should use what is already there. We have developed, and I'm sure that many of you are colleagues, and you have developed brilliant projects to combat gender stereotypes. What we have understood working to combat gender stereotypes is that we need non-formal education. We need games, we need apps, we need something interesting, and we need to get out of this structured knowledge and this teaching as we know it. So we have understood that children love talking about themselves and their gender, and I had this very positive experience when I went to a school, and I was asked to present our projects, and then a student told me, when I was in my previous school, we have implemented a project of yours with our teacher, because we always work with the teachers, because they are multipliers, they have already the relationship, and that girl told me, thank you so much for providing a tool that is interesting to us and that takes us into account. And when she said that, I felt very responsible, that we should also try to advocate and to provide tools that are useful and that students think that they take them into account, unlike a typical educational system does. So, to conclude, because I only have 1 minute and I take time very seriously. I think that what we need, and maybe it's a great space to discuss among us, we know that we have great value on projects and interventions of non-formal education, and maybe we will have the opportunity to discuss further later on, but I really do believe that we should always be political and advocate for an organizational transformation. And the effect, because I believe that the effect of any intervention will be continuously undermined by the normalized gender inequality perpetuating process in education and in society. So I invite you, as we will have the opportunity to discuss later on, to imagine a project that will also have this political aspect. of advocating for social and structural change within and through education. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chipas, also for sticking to the time, because I know when you have so many times to think, well, time goes by so quickly. And before finishing this block, we would love to talk about the micro-credentials. Have you ever heard about this? Do you know what it is? And do you know how this could be useful for inclusive employment? So we have next Urs Hauenstein. He's a professor of management and education at the Lincoln University, the International Business School. So we're going to connect with him online. Let's see if we can connect with him.
Hello, ready.
It's a pleasure to speak with you from Spain. How are you?
Good, fine, and I liked your conference.
Oh.
But I would like to be with you face to face.
Yeah.
Sorry for this.
Sorry for that, so go ahead, please.
Okay, I think maybe you can share my PowerPoint. Very good. So I'm speaking about micro-credentials for inclusive employment. And you can see on the 3 images, the future of education is, of course, belonging to the needs. We are going towards a green revolution. You see that, you know that, you have seen COP26. And we are going into a digital revolution. Of course, the machines, IoT, IIoT, and many more. The robots are coming and are needed as well. But I think it's a but we has to have a clear priority into inclusion. And I like, therefore, this conference, because social inclusion is one of our biggest needs for the future. Yes. Micro-credential is not only a small project, it is a worldwide important project and needed project, urgent project. So I'm presenting today not the international approach, but the European Union approach, but you have to know that also the OECD field and the international field is going towards the same approach. So I'm speaking about micro-credentials on behalf of part of the European skills agenda of achieving a European education area by 2025, and of course as part of the digital education plan. Micro-credentials for economic recovery in green and digital transition. Facts and figures. The World Economic Forum says that 50% of the employed people will have to change their job profiles within the next some years. So because of these changes in the world, we need to have adjustments. 2030, 1 million new jobs are expected in the EU because of the transition to low-carbon economy. 2050, 2 million. More than 90% of jobs needs different types of digital skills. And, of course, there is a big misalignment between demand and supply of skills and qualifications. So we really need to do something. But there are some problems. We are working now with micro-credentials since several years. I'm working with these fields as an expert of the different fields, and as well as a researcher. And there are some problems encountered. So one of the biggest problems is, of course, the political challenge. So more and more people need to update their knowledge, skills, and competences. green and digital change, but as well now we are sitting in a multi-disrupted time, you know, so we need to have a recovery from these disorders, COVID-19 e.g., but there is an extremely increasing number of micro-credentials worldwide and in Europe. So people are saying when we have to change, we need to have that. The value and understanding of micro-credentials is not always clear and transparent because of the very different providers in training, further education, and in the private sector. So many questions are on the field when we look to that about the quality, the recognition, the transparency, and of course the transferability of micro qualifications between and within countries, between sectors, and from one job to another. So you have heard that already from the World Economic Forum, but as well within the media and as well by the United Nations and by the European Union. The reskilling is our need for the future. First of all, the skilling. Many people are not already in that possibility to use a proper education. But, as I said, many jobs had to be upskilled. And if the digital field will overtake jobs, and that will be a big percentage, then we have the chance to get reskilled, to find new possibilities, to change our profile for the future and for special core needs. So micro-credentials are providing an innovative and highly flexible tool to acquire skills in a modular and targeted way in line with the emerging skills need. Look it and sum it up. Micro-credentials in a nutshell. Micro-credentials are supporting labor market related and employment relevant education, training and learning. We find micro-credentials in online seminars, in boot camps, workshops, in company trainings, and as a result of validation of non-formal and informal learning. We are changing now and adding to the formal learning as well the non-formal and informal fields that are two additional third in the educational possibilities. Micro-credentials are issued by different providers, from universities over vocational training providers, private companies, chambers of commerce, trade and industry associations, and NGOs. And we need all of them because you have heard we need to change maybe 50% of the profiles and of the skills of human beings in the world. It's an incredible approach. Let's have a look to the project definition or work definition from the European Union. The definition is a micro-credential is a proof of the learning outcomes, the results, that the learner has acquired following a short learning experience. These learning outcomes have been assessed against transparent standards. That means we are speaking about short courses, short adjustments. And of course, people are saying when I have to get retrained or re-educated, then I need, of course, something in my hands. I need a certificate. I want to have it recognized. I want to be able to use it. So within these certificated documents, we have a clear framework, what should be in the name, the learning outcomes, the assessments, the awarding body, framework qualification levels, and credits. So micro-credentials are owned by the learner, can be shared, are transferable, and can be combined into a larger credentials or qualifications. And the authorities have to look to the integration of quality assurance with agreed standards. What are the building blocks for the European international work with micro-credentials? You know, during the Bologna process, we have created a modularized curriculum possibility for the future. And within that, within these Bologna tools, we have therefore as well developed many good first frameworks about skills and competences. So the common and transparent definition is, of course, the base, the start. But then we want to have referenced it to the NQFs, to the national qualification frameworks, and of course, overarching to the European qualification framework. We need to look to defined levels, standards, and the description of learning outcomes. And at the end, when we are giving certificates, we need to know what is the value of these certificates. Quality assurance standards with defined credits are the goal. And we have developed this during this Bologna process, the ECTS credit system, the European Credit Transfer and Accumulation System, who is nowadays worldwide the leading system for credits and is defining learning outcomes and connected workloads. So the recognition is a big goal for further studies and for employment purposes, and that we can use it worldwide when we move around the world. That means the portability. Issuing, storage, and sharing of micro-credentials is a big need. So we need platform solutions, incentives, and many more. What is the procedure of the European Union to go ahead, as well with the OECD developments and with all partner institutions and organizations worldwide? 2019, we started with a big consultation and work, basic work of experts covering education, training, and labor market stakeholders. And we discussed about the roles in inclusion, quality management, standardization, validation, benchmarking, and recognition. Now, 2021, in November, no, already in December, I can say, the Commission said that maybe in December, maybe January latest, but I hope still in December, the European Council will make a recommendation to the member states and the stakeholders about the next steps and the realization possibilities of micro-credentials. So soon we will find in the media the needed goals to see it, to see that what I presented here and the next steps to really use it in the employability field. A very important approach for inclusion in employment. Many thanks. I hope really for a good and inclusive transformation of the labor market with competencies and micro-credentials. And my special thanks to the colleagues Chiara Riondino and William O'Keefe from the European Commission and Anastasia Puliu from CEDEFOP, who have given me much material and presentational experiences in the field of micro-credentials. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues...
So now get ready, because Jose is going to ask you some questions. Of course, answers, you have to give answers to these questions. So very quickly, you have to think in only 2-3 seconds, but then of course the experts that will be with us and with Laura will give an answer to these questions. First, who do you think are the factors that influence the most in employability? Of course, good education, training, good professional experience. Second question, what happens if we do not feel well mentally or physically? Or even, and I had nothing thought about this, what is the role of a healthy diet in employability? Or is there even a role? Next question, what happens when our life changes radically and all of our skills are not profitable anymore? Last question, what happens if we are 40, 50, 60 years old, like Raúl, the man I was talking about at the very beginning of this event, and the labor market is not giving us opportunities anymore? So those are questions that we will answer right now. They are questions that Jose proposes us. They're very interesting, and we will discuss about them in the next minutes. So please go on stage, Antonio Vargas Brizuela, responsible of nutrition, health in Action Against Hunger. And we will also talk online with Mark Pearson, Director of Employment, Labour and Social Affairs at the OECD. He is already connected. And behind me we can also see Pirita Vuorinen, Coordinator for Engaging Enterprises in Skills Development at the European Training Foundation. Welcome everybody. This hybrid format that we are really used thanks to the pandemic. I will sit down here because I like to feel like home. I hope that you can see us well from home. Let's begin with Mark. I would like to ask you what Jose was saying before. How does mental health affect employment? Could you give us some information about this, please?
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here with you. I'm not here with you, but as good as it's going to be at the moment in this crisis. I think one way of answering that is just to tell you a story about myself and the work that I did in the 1990s and the 2000s, when there was a huge interest in social exclusion finally appeared. How can we help the most difficult cases in society, the people who are furthest away from being able to participate fully in society? And at that time, I went around to about 20 countries, doing these over many years, doing these incredibly detailed reports, looking at the policies that were in place, the employment, the social policies that were in place to support the people who were really struggling. And, you know, one thing that happened in virtually every country was that at some point, someone would say to me, you know, Mark, it's really very difficult to deal with these people. It's not just about the skills, they just don't know how to behave. We often find that they don't even get up in the morning to go to appointments when they have a job interview. And we end up having to ring them up to get them out of bed. You know, what can we do when people are like that? Now, looking back on this, I think we can see what was happening. People who don't get up out of bed in the morning, often, for the important events, it's often due to depression. You know, that does make life very difficult to start participating, to turn up to these very important things like job interviews, but people don't do it often because of depression. And it's looking back on it, all that work that I was doing, going around trying to advise countries on what to do, and all the work, the really genuine work that people so motivated, so committed on trying to help people, the most excluded from society, that they were doing, hardly ever would mental health issues come up. It would in some circumstances when we're talking about people who maybe had addiction issues. But generally speaking, for most people, 1990s, 2000s, nobody was talking about problems in mental health. Fast forward now to today, and I think we can see just how important poor mental health can be as a barrier to employment and a barrier to participating fully in society. You did frame this as in your questions at the beginning, is how important is health compared to other factors in terms of employment. We have some basic statistics on that. We looked at European countries, and did you know that the difference that you make to people's chances of being in employment, from moving them from being in the low-skilled group to the middle-skilled group, the effect, the improvement that you get on their chances of working is actually the same as if you move people from having poor health to reasonable health. And the interesting thing about that is that if you talk to any Minister of the Economy, Minister of Finance, you look at any national action plans about how they can improve productivity, how they can speed up growth, they will always be talking about skills, and rightly so. They should be talking about skills. Believe me, I'm responsible for skills at the OECD as well. Very, very important. But hardly ever will they be talking about health. Health is somehow not seen as an important economic aspect, but it really is. Let me give you some statistics on this. The total economic costs of poor mental health, we estimate to be worth about 4.2% of GDP. And generally that's because of lower employment rates and lower productivity. And I can give you some more detailed figures on that. If you have poor mental health, you are 20% less likely to be in work. Actually, in Spain, it's a bit more than that. It's about 24% less likely to be in work than someone who is otherwise identical in terms of their skills, but who has better mental health. And let's be clear here. I'm not talking about people with really serious mental health issues, people who have schizophrenia or paranoia. I'm talking about people who have what we call mild to moderate mental health issues. Things like anxiety or depression. Things that actually we can do quite a lot to support people with. So remember that, 20% less likely to be in work, 24% in Spain. They're almost 50% more likely to be receiving benefits compared to somebody who is otherwise identical but has good mental health. Look, what we've been doing at the OECD, we've been trying to look at all the policies that are in place. What can countries do to try and support things? We've got something called a council recommendation. I won't go into the details, but something which really goes through the things that need to be done in different areas. Obviously, health systems can and should be doing a lot more. But also when you look at youth policies, education policies, public employment services, some countries doing amazing things now in their public employment services, and also the benefits system. And we looked at what's going on in European countries, OECD countries more generally, to improve the chances of people with poor mental health. And in fact, it's the benefits system that generally most ignores mental health. The employment system has made lots of progress, and actually the education system, even more progress. Well, in looking at all that, I think, one of the messages that has to come out, I don't have long enough to go into huge detail on this, but let's be clear, poor mental health is a barrier to work, but work is itself improves mental health. Still, we have in many countries the feeling, you find it with doctors, that if they find that somebody has poor mental health, their instinct is to say, well, obviously you shouldn't be looking for work, you shouldn't be, you should take time off work or something. Exactly the wrong thing that should be done. That attitude needs to change. We need to support people in work, and there's much that countries should be doing there. But in particular, I think we should be doing lots more for people who are out of work, to identify whether this poor mental health is indeed one of the reasons why they're struggling to find work. And one of the issues that I think we've got here is that most countries, when they look at policies for people outside of the labour market who are not working at the moment, They do sometimes take into account mental health, but only in the disability benefit system. They assume that anybody who is sick, yes, there might be some mental health issue, but for most people on benefits, on unemployment benefits, on lone parent benefits, on social assistance and minimum income schemes, they do not systematically think about whether people have poor mental health. And what a waste that is. You spend all that money on trying to improve people's skills, but they still, if their underlying issues are there with anxiety or depression, that's just money wasted. You need to address the poor mental health as well. So, in fact, when you look at people with mental health, with poor mental health, who are not working at the moment, who are receiving benefits, only actually 1/3 of them are on disability benefits. 2/3 of them are on other benefits, particularly unemployment benefits. And I suppose that's the big plea that I have for countries' policies, is that they focus on people who are on unemployment benefits, particularly long-term unemployed, and start considering and reviewing whether they have poor mental health and addressing those issues. Look, there's an awful lot more I could be saying on that, but I know that we're a bit pressed for time. So why don't I leave it there? The basic message is that addressing poor mental health is one of the least costly and most effective ways of getting people back into employment who have been out of employment, partly because we've done so badly at addressing these issues in the past. And work is one of the best ways of actually improving the mental health of people who have mild to moderate mental health issues. I look forward to your discussion. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Marc.
Thank you very much, Marc. So it is truly very important to talk about mental health, and it is important to make it visible. We will keep talking about health, but in this case we wanted to focus more on diet and lifestyle, and therefore we have Antonio Vargas Brizuela, responsible for nutrition and health at Action Against Hunger. And we wanted to talk about that. How does our diet affect our employability and also our lifestyle? So thank you very much to everybody. So yesterday I realized about how important this event is. So it's not that I am nervous, but I will try to speak about all the dynamics on our health and employability. It has recently been published an article that represents the diet ecosystems. It is a term that has been invented 20 years ago, and it is a key factor to understand this relation between health and employability. So in my presentation, I will explain you why they are related, and some aspects that are a key factor to think about solutions. People with low resources are very vulnerable. So in this ecosystem of vulnerability, being a vulnerable person is a key factor for accessibility and to access to healthy products.
Privado, que es un sector, digamos, difícil de controlar.
So this is a sector which is difficult to control. This is having a good nutrition and eating well. So I would like to contribute to how we can have solutions. We can have the dynamics of psychosocial dynamics, and here we have two aspects. We have the food environment and also time. So people looking for a job do not have time. They don't have plenty of time because they are having an active search for a job, and this requires time. And also they have another factor. So people with a low income here, they have to devote more time to the food, and they have to develop other mechanisms to adapt, and this consumes time. So having a healthy diet is possible with low income, but this requires more time because they have to look for the products out of their environment, and they need to do a very good economics, and this requires time. And time is very important in this psychosocial route. And they have no time, low income, and this leads to situations where they will have to consume normally those products which are the worst, which are ultra-processed products. These have high calories, high sugar, and high fats. And the consumption of those leads to generating some hormones such as dopamine and endorphins, and these are directly driven towards happiness. But people looking for a job, they also have psychosocial stress and fears and different attentions and different psychological statuses which are normally negative. So consumption of these ultra-processed products and generation of those endorphins and dopamine, this generates a release of a feeling of release and of reducing the negative effects, and this has a feedback on those people. So this could lead into an addiction to consumption of ultra-processed products. So this leads into what we think are the pathological diseases and neurovascular, brain vascular, heart diseases, and this is neural chronic diseases. So this will be the end part of this dynamic. And also, this is all based on self-confidence. We've just heard that this is deteriorated in the case of people who are looking for a job in the long term, as like the person you mentioned before. So this person clearly has a self-confidence problem, and this leads to problem. This is related to self-care. So if we work on that, we can improve it, and we can improve employability. But self-care can lead into two options. We could either have little interest into a good diet, or little interest to do sports. Sports are really necessary, so physical sports are really necessary, and this has been reduced by various dynamics, especially here in people with no job. Great, so we understand that this can be good, and if you feel good, you look after your food, you do more sports, and then when it comes to facing the search for a job, then of course this will be more beneficial, so we need to look after that. So next we will connect again through the screen with Pirita. She was there on hold, but I'm sure she's following this event. Hi again. So we wanted to speak to you about learning throughout life and how important it is to find a job. So Jose explained this before. So what happens once we are 40, 45, 60? Can we find a job when we're older? So Pirita's going to tell us about this with some very interesting ideas. Thank you.
To everybody. Well, first, a couple of words. My name is Pirita Vuorinen, and I work for the European Training Foundation, the ETF. So the ETF is actually an agency of the European Commission Director General, DG Employment, which is the Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. We're based in Italy, but I'm by nationality Finnish. We currently work in about 29 countries bordering the European Union. And we support them in their efforts to improve vocational education training systems, skills needs and labor market analysis. And more recently, we've been starting to work also in sub-Saharan Africa. So I think the question was relating to lifelong learning and employability. What is the role of lifelong learning and whether it has a place in employability? And the short answer to that question is it's very relevant, obviously. In the last decade or so, whichever report you look at, read World Bank, OECD, all reports point to skill shortages and gaps and how they are really important for companies. Maybe companies don't rate it as the top priority that they have, but it definitely makes the top 2. Skill shortages is really a pressing needs of companies, and this change has really happened over the last decade or so, that skill shortages are really at the top, and that's because of the change and the pace of change that we see in today's world, whether through the digital or green transition and other global phenomena. And this prioritization of skilled workers and skilling needs and upskilling needs and reskilling needs doesn't really change whether you're in a low-income or high-income economy. As ETF, we don't actually work inside the European Union, we only work outside. So that's why our focus area, that's what we know most about. But so businesses globally really rank skills shortages and gaps as their top priority in doing business right after financing. So the biggest indicator of the importance of lifelong learning is that companies themselves invest in training and develop the skills for both the employers that they already have in terms of upskilling and reskilling, but they also do that for new recruits. Oftentimes, education and training is not exactly a match with the labor market needs. For instance, in Jordan, we work with the IT sector, and there they have an issue with most of the graduates who enter into the programming world. They come from university education, higher education. However, that education is not at all adapted to the labor market needs in terms of programmers and testers and whatever they need in the IT sector. And then companies take on themselves to provide training to graduates and also people who are already in employment to reskill them and upskill their needs so that they can actually enter this very dynamic world of the development of the IT sector in Jordan. And this is quite a significant cost for companies because it can take 3 to 6 months to train an employee, and even at the risk of losing that employee, that trained employee, then to the competitors. So in terms of training, companies obviously invest a lot in training. The larger the company, the more they tend to be able to invest. But also small companies are increasingly investing in training. That's because they also need to remain competitive and be able to maintain their markets. And so they are also training their workers increasingly so. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of data in micro and small companies in how they train their staff. It's mostly through qualitative surveys that we hear about that, because the smaller the company, the less they generally take part in formal assessments that are done and surveys that are done in this area. But when we talk to them, we do learn about the importance of investing into non-formal and formal learning in SMEs. Obviously, some of the obstacles that smaller companies face in skilling and reskilling and upskilling their workers is limited time and also access to information. The more remote companies, from the capital city or the larger cities, the less they generally tend to have information on training options, and the less tailored also the training needs tend to be to the company needs.
¿Nos escuchas?
Can you still hear us? Hello?
Are we okay now? I lost everything for a second. I don't know what happened. Okay.
Estamos aquí, te escuchamos.
So we keep listening to you.
One of the important things about lifelong learning is obviously the technological advances which require this continuous upskilling and reskilling. For instance, I've been working with a region called Rivne in Ukraine the past couple of years, and that region has specialized or they've decided as their priority domain where they want to focus and where they want to elevate the regional competitiveness is woodworking and furniture manufacturing. And it's really built around circular economy, material innovation, and contemporary design. But and with this type of evolution to the digital dimension, the whole job profile of wood processing and furniture manufacturing has changed. The perception of jobs in that sector is still that this is about dirty, dusty conditions and heavy manual labor, but in reality today, most of the jobs that are there on offer are digital. They are related to digital design, 3D printing, computer-assisted manufacturing, and so on. So a lot of these jobs, for instance, are becoming much more appealing to women. But the problem is that there's very little awareness of the kind of job opportunities that are available on the market, because simply career guidance in a lifelong learning perspective has not kept up with the opportunities that are there. So although these jobs offer higher than average wages, there's no training offer currently on the market. And only the private sector is training its workers to work in these areas. So that would be a big opportunity to explore in terms of what are the opportunities also for more disadvantaged people to find work in those new areas where there currently isn't any offer in terms of skilled workers. So lifelong learning is really a must to keep up with the fast pace of development. That's the point I'm trying to make here. And the issue is that really the formal education, when we're talking about vocational education and training, but also the more vocational skills in higher education, they have not really kept up with the labor market needs. And oftentimes, for instance, in the vocational education and training, the skills that the education and training is preparing the workers with are more analog and not digital. I've lost you again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Pirita. We now have time for one more question to each of you, so maybe we can go a bit more deeper into the topic. So if you allow me, I'll ask a new question. Yeah, I'll ask Mark another question first. So think of what else you wanted to tell us. Let's ask Mark. We wanted to talk about mental health. And we'd like to ask you, Mark, what can we do from social institutions and from the companies and from the public administrations? What can we do so that people can improve their mental health? And I don't know if there is some group that can be more effective or some community that can be more effective in society.
Right, well, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, the first and most obvious thing is just to recognize the importance of mental health and start talking about it. Because, of course, unlike physical health, most physical health companies do recognize, it's pretty obvious when somebody has poor physical health and things can be addressed. Poor mental health, huge amounts of stigma in nearly all countries. So unless we start addressing that stigma and accepting that during the course of a typical life, 1 person in 2 will have poor mental health at some point. It is absolutely normal that people will have poor mental health. It is as common in terms of the epidemiology, the amount of people that catch it, as, say, cancer. So we have to start talking about it. And once we talk about it, and we can identify and notice when people say poor performance at work, or their poor performance in looking for a job or in learning, that it might be due to poor mental health. That's the first step in being able to address it. In terms of how we're doing, there are obvious big problems that have come through COVID. We have seen in virtually every country a doubling of the people who are reporting poor mental health. And when you dig down further, you find that that's particularly likely, particularly big increases in poor mental health amongst women and amongst young people. Young women, therefore, you can imagine, have done particularly badly during the COVID crisis. So what needs to be done? Obviously, there are some things that need to be done in the health sector. I won't talk about them. Socially, benefit systems need to start identifying that as an issue and putting people in programs where they exist to address their mental health issues. Social enterprises and NGOs, I think there is action going on in many countries, but I still think that mental health lags behind other barriers to employment in the involvement of social enterprises in trying to address poor mental health. And many of the interventions are very cheap. We're talking about here often talking therapies, not trying to find drugs or anything. It's just having a system whereby people can talk to experts, even doing online mental health structured supports turn out to be, having been evaluated as being very successful. So there's lots of instruments that are out there. The big barrier that we have is identifying who needs them and channeling people to them. Obviously, work is even harder, people in work, but there I think the big issue is to try and make sure that companies have incentives to keep people employed. Generally speaking, managers, when they come across somebody with poor mental health working for them, their first instinct is to see if they can get rid of them, to actually make sure they are no longer part of the organization. It's irrational because often we do have the therapies, the means to actually support people's mental health and avoid all those costs that come from splitting up with a worker. So that there, I think it's much more about incentives that can be put in place, as many countries have started to do by changing the way that they do their sickness pay. So very broad set of issues to be addressed there, but the most important thing is addressing the stigma and recognizing mental health where it actually exists. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Mark, for this explanation. Obviously, mental health is something we all need to work on, and we all need to be part of this driver for change, and we need to have more visibility on this. We go back to Antonio here on the stage, and we're going to speak again about food. How are you working from Action Against Hunger Spain? How are you working to improve employability through food and healthy habits? We actually need to work with the causes and the consequences. And this we've been doing for over 45 years in over 40 countries. And the background and the experience and the lessons learned that we have, and sharing this with so many people in so many different contexts, this has helped us to question something. If we want to obtain different results, then we need to think of people differently. And this we brought into our project so that we can get different people being able to face the difficulty of finding a job with different tools, with different skills. And what we did here, I will explain a bit more now. We've incorporated a cross-sectional itinerary where we work with health, with a healthy life, and with a healthy nutrition, together with the psychosocial component, because this is, of course, also very important. And we've had a research approach, as Luis González said from the beginning. So Action Against Hunger is working in innovation to bring value to people. And in innovation, we need to have an idea. I remember, Luis, we developed this idea in Cartagena de Indias in America. And we decided it was a need to incorporate nutrition and health into our itineraries. So from there, we worked with our LATAM team, and then we introduced this into our itineraries, and we launched our hypothesis, which was based on two aspects. This was on the one hand, it would be about how we can have concentrated pieces of information in like short pills, with the different topics, so that we can educate the people so that they can face better the process of finding a job. And also on the one hand, we're going to succeed to give value to the fact that these variables or these skills in the people are something which is very interesting to employ them, to build trust in them, to build self-confidence. So the hypothesis is about now. We've executed the beginning of our project. We want to work with 600 people. We're going to distribute them into two groups, and we're going to incorporate here the health education, and in the other half, we're not going to incorporate the health education and food education, to see which group has more employability. Also, we'll analyze the satisfaction, And then we'll also analyze the block of the companies. We'll see how valuable it is for the companies to have these people working on their health and on their nutrition, and to see if they can more easily find a job. So we have no results yet as to explain the conclusions to see if the companies accept this better. But we can already see that there is a change in the people. We have different people after this education in health and in nutrition, because they've become different persons. So the participants really embrace this, and this contributes into the mental health component we explained before. So with these components all together, this has big benefits. And we've included 8 or 9 new areas to work on. So we work on these different skills, and this is food, self-care, sleep, health, healthy shopping, sports, toxic substances, posture hygienics, and stress management. We are working all these skills, and we are working on this cross-sectionally within our project. Great. So that sounds super interesting, and I hope that soon you will see those results. But as you say, you already can see the changes in the people where you're implementing this. So next, we would like to go back to Pirita, because probably she's waiting for us for our next question. So, Pirita, we're gonna get back to you to ask you about learning. We would like to know how the vulnerable people can get a job, and especially be after they are 45 years old or older.
Thank you very much. In the countries where we work outside the European Union, it's really a challenge, because especially when we're talking about the adult population, the opportunities and the offer for adult learning, upskilling, reskilling, they're very, very scarce, and they're mostly focused on the capital cities. And the more you go to the outside, to the regions, and to local communities, the less these opportunities are available. So how do you use something that's so scarce? Well, I think the countries are working on these issues, because the businesses simply can't leave anybody behind. They need the working force. They need the warm bodies to fill in the contract so that they can take on business. So something's got to change. It will take time, I think, at the policy level for countries to see spending into the lifelong learning of the vulnerable people as an investment and not a cost. And therefore to prioritize it. So right now, like I said, most of this spending is focused in the capital cities. In some countries, employment services we see are becoming more responsive and flexible than the more formal education and training. They have local services, and so they're also as education and training in the local communities, regions, and cities. But they are better networked than formal education and training, especially when we're talking about employers. And because they are able to offer demand-driven, employer-requested shorter trainings for smaller groups, I find that this is a really good place to get training, because they have much more flexibility and they're more adapted than formal vocational education and training sometimes is. Also, formal education and training has very little ability to change curricula, whereas employment services can adjust very, very quickly to very specific needs. One of the things that I find interesting in the countries where we work is social entrepreneurship. There are really a lot of support schemes and funds popping up for social entrepreneurship. And many of the social entrepreneurs base their business ideas on supporting specifically vulnerable groups in their search of employment. We see many such initiatives linked to refugees, elderly people, and so on. These kind of activities can usually be found in business centers, especially youth business associations, but also chambers of commerce in many different places. Of course, the more traditional options are always there, like companies who within their corporate social responsibility are doing these projects, and civil society is always a good source. But I would look to other things than just the local authorities or the national authorities for support. There's a lot of other opportunities going out there. And generally, for vulnerable groups, I think I would like to see that support to vulnerable groups' employment and their upskilling and reskilling throughout their career paths. I would like to see that linked to more the economic development. There are a lot of action taking place, let's call it that, in many countries around prioritizing economic development, and those actions bring together the plethora of local actors, not just the administration, but companies, civil society, innovation actors, and so on. And there's a lot of room in such an already booming partnership to find pathways for the more vulnerable population. I find it easier to anchor this issue to existing partnerships that already have see a value added incorporating, and maybe it's profit driven there for many, but adding to that, it will be easier than to build on nothing. I mean, someone said, don't build a cathedral in the desert. I think this is very much the kind of logic that I'm thinking about here. It's easier to build the inclusion of vulnerable populations and their employment perspectives to already existing partnerships where there's already a cohesion of thinking. That way, I think you can build more sustainable and longer term solutions, sustainable solutions. So that's where I think is a new popping opportunity, especially linked to smart specialization, which is a really economic prioritization of certain areas, to also consider how this can be linked to inclusion of vulnerable populations. A lot of the smart specialization priorities, they also consider the UN development goals, the sustainable development goals. So this is very much linked to that as well. So I think linking it to these in-demand skills and collaboration with business could be an opportunity to support integration of vulnerable people into the working life, which is not, by the way, just adult population. Many youth are now falling, especially with the pandemic. Long-term youth unemployment is already an issue in many countries. So I think that could be an avenue to look at it, not just from like a social inclusion perspective, but from an economic perspective.
Great, Pirita, thank you so much for your contribution. Unfortunately, we're running out of time for this roundtable. You know, me as a journalist, we love always having a headline for everything, for every topic. So I would like to ask now, Antonio, if I may. Antonio, maybe what would be your headline? What are you going to say about all the issues that we've just raised on the table? What would be your headline? How would you summarize what we've said about food and learning and about mental health?
Voy a retraerme a algo que he dicho que no es ni frase mía, ni no sé de quién es, pero yo creo que quiero que quede por aquí, que es que...
So I'm going to go back to this, to what I said before. So if we think of different results, we need to think of different people. So when we work to have different tools, different results about employability, we need to change, and we need to have 3 or more components. So mental health is super important, and physical health is also very important. Also, we have nutrition, and we think this is a key element, especially now where we have a big debate going on when it comes to, well, not just the pandemic that we have with COVID-19, but also we have HIV, tobacco pandemic, and also we have a big pandemic which is bad food habits. And in Spain, this is very much linked to poverty, and this is obesity. Great, so thank you so much. I would like to thank all the participants in this blog, so thank you so much. So I think now we're closing. So please also remind us of our hashtags and how we can share this. Well, yeah, just very briefly, I've seen everyone was paying much attention. So I'm quite sure we drew many conclusions and we've had many interesting ideas today. So we've been here for 2 hours, which were very, very intense. So we're now gonna have a short coffee break. So for those following us from work or from home, for those who are watching us on YouTube, we'll be back at 12. So we have 20 minutes for a coffee break. So now you feel like you're going to share your videos or your photos, you need to use the hashtag Innovation for Inclusion. And you can also name Action Against Hunger. So thank you so much. We'll be back at 12 with a very interesting paper. Thank you so much.
let's continue. We have approximately 1 hour-ish for this roundtable and this debate. So welcome back to this interesting event that has been organized by Action Against Hunger. Let me remind you the hashtag Innovation for Inclusion to share everything that is happening at this event. I'm sorry, Cristina, but I will not be facing you to present this. So this is an event organized by Action Against Hunger within the framework of the European Innovation Network for Inclusion, and we want the future of employment and entrepreneurship to be inclusive. We've been talking a long time about this, and we must work from the present. And for this reason, that we are bringing representatives of different job opportunities and trends to this forum to guide and inspire us. Let's begin. So we have with us Roger Molins. Welcome. Thank you very much. He is the Director of Regional Economic Development Programs of the Baix Llobregat County Council in Catalonia. And he's going to talk about the opportunities of collective entrepreneurship in rural areas. Then we have Cristina Monge. Welcome. She's political scientist and professor of sociology at the University of Zaragoza. She's the advisor of the Platform for Green Employment. She's going to talk about the opportunities that it gives us the environmental care in the future. And then we have two people who are online. We have Lara Rodríguez Ortega. She's the coordinator of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology in Food. Welcome, and thank you very much for being here with us. We are not able to listen to hear her. And we have PeterPalvolgyi, who is CEO in All Digital, and he will talk about the digitalization of the labor market. Thank you very much, Peter, for being here. So, let's begin. And let's be dynamic. Let's speak only for 3-4 minutes in each answer, so that this is more dynamic, more interesting, and that people do not disconnect. First, I will give you the first question. What opportunities do we have for inclusive employment and entrepreneurship? In this case, for Roger, in collective entrepreneurship. So, in our case, it has to do with the social economy through networks of support, and it has a great component of social inclusion. And this is very important in the rural environment, especially in Baix Llobregat, in our region, which, by the way, is unique, and it is surrounded by a lot of infrastructures in a very industrial region. So in this sense, it has a lot of parallelisms with the rural world, and of course the same problems such as the rural exodus, the generational problem, and also the access of the ground. Many of these are points in which the collective entrepreneurship is focused, such as the credit system, to give an answer to this problem. So how are we generating these opportunities? We are doing it through a lot of different tools. First of all, focusing on services that are interesting for local communities, to improve the quality of employment, incorporating different perspectives of a gender approach in all of these projects, but also innovation, boosting also the economic development, so that we create new jobs, green jobs, especially for disadvantaged groups. Our project also focuses to apply different measures to guarantee that we are answering to the problems of the Baix Llobregat, an industrial environment, and that we are also facing the needs of the people of our territory. So very quickly, because of the pandemic, is there more demand of people who wanted to follow these projects? Yes, and not only for the social component of our project, which is essential because the pandemic has made us think about this, and also for the following factor, because this social economy is more resilient. Resiliency is a concept that is a trend, and our collective entrepreneurship is a lifestyle, and it's also more resilient. It creates a network of security for the people who are a part of it, and this attracts many people, especially after the pandemic, more people. Very interesting. Let's go online with Lara, and I would like to ask you the same question. What kind of opportunities does inclusive entrepreneurship give, in your case, in agri-food sector?
You can hear me well. I see myself in a massive screen right now. I don't know. So apologies for not being there in person with you. It would have been a pleasure, absolute pleasure. About the question that you are mentioning, actually, the agri-food sector is, for me at least, is the more exciting, or one of the most exciting sectors to be working right now, because we are facing with massive challenges over, like, in a global world, but also at European level. So that brings at the same time the need for innovation, but also the need for new, they also bring new business opportunities and new employment opportunities. Let's be aware that we need to feed around 10 billion people by 2050. Our food system is, as it is broken. We have more than 2 billion people overweight, more than 800 million underweight, and also with several illness or problems with nutrition. And at the same time, we are one of the biggest pollution sectors in the world. I think we are responsible of 26% of the greenhouse emission gases. At the same time, we are also the first industry that extract 60% of the fresh water over the world, the globe. So as you can see, there are like massive challenges that requires of the whole society and in all its diversity and inclusion, because one of the big issues we have as well is that we have a limited entrepreneurial mindset. Only 2.4% of the startups founded in the EU are related to the agri-food sector. So as you can imagine, it's still a very traditional sector, although we are seeing an increasing trend. And we are also facing a problem on equality and diversity. We are missing a lot of female talents on entrepreneurship. And only like 28% of the farms over Europe have a female on the leading or on the decision-making position. So you can see that we are still very much, still have very much to do over there. There are several initiatives that I might explain you later, but as you see, there is a sector with still a lot of opportunities and a long way forward to go.
Gracias, Lara. Fíjate.
Thank you very much, Lara. So more population, more people to feed. Food, of course, we extracted from the environment, and we have to take care of that environment. So, Cristina, it's very interesting what you have said, but what is our responsibility as entrepreneurs to take care of the environment? Thank you very much, and congratulations for organizing this event. It is necessary to focus on the creation of employment and inclusive employment, more specifically, because we are living in this historic moment. And Lara, I totally agree with her. It is a sector that is very important, and it's also responsible of polluting, ground issues, etc. So if we talk about not only the agri-food sectors, but also all the sectors that have an impact, but the question is, what of our activities does not have an impact? Any of them. So let's talk about green employments. These are the employments that help the ecological transition, that help to create a new development model that agrees with these sustainability points. We have two different axes. First, the creation of new green jobs. So, for example, the recycling sector, the second-hand sector, for example, with the clothes, the agri-food ecological sector, changing buildings so that they are energetically more sustainable. So we have new market niches that allow us to create new employments, green employments. But green employments also means to take traditional sectors and change them so that they are much more sustainable. But be careful, because this also means to create new jobs in respect with the sustainability, but also to incorporate this green element in the existing employments. So not only for the new employments. Let's give some statistics. In Spain we have the Energetic National Plan. I'm only talking about energy because it's a very important sector. So this plan is telling us that we are able to create from 249,000 to 348,000 employments in 1 year, every single year, by 2030. So this is a high source of creation of employment, of new employments that are related to sustainability, and also to incorporate the sustainability criteria in the employments that already exist. So in this sense, it's not only creating new employments, because here we're talking about entrepreneurship, but also the employments that need more innovation. Sometimes it's not about stopping doing things, but doing things in a different way. It's not about stop with the agri-food sector, but it has to do with a better management of all of our natural resources. And this is going to happen because of innovation. It's not only technological innovation, I insist, but it also has to be social innovation, financial, in governance, in politics, so transversal innovation. And I think that I can stop my intervention here. So yes, you were saying it's not only about technological or digital innovation, but of course the pandemic has accelerated the digitalization process of business and companies. I'm sure that most of you have done work at home many months, and you keep doing it. So therefore it is very important so that companies make a step forward and develop these tools. So in this sense, Peter, you're a specialist in all digital. How can companies make the most of this for new projects if we focus also in collective entrepreneurship? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from the surprisingly snowy Brussels, and thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Very happy to present and represent all digital and now network of digital competence centers across Europe, and I will focus on the importance of digital skills to meet the demands of the labor market. Our network is consisting of 25,000 different sort of digital competence centers across Europe, and we are very strong. We have a very strong membership base in Spain, where we have 11 member organizations, individual competence centers, networks, and the Spanish telecenter network, Somos Digital. which is uniting 1,400 different digital competence centers in Spain. But why do we need these digital competence centers? Because they provide mainly non-formal and informal training opportunities on digital skills to citizens, and they play a very important role in the digital upskilling and reskilling of the population. And why do we need digital competencies? Because they are essential how we live, how we learn, how we work. And I have to say the confident and critical use of digital technologies is really key to supporting lifelong learning, the active citizenship, employability, and inclusion. And citizens can use their digital competencies for accessing information, accessing to learning and employment opportunities, be creative, entrepreneurial, and find new opportunities. And today, 90% of jobs require some level of digital skills, so that's why it's very important. And digital is everywhere. Digital skills have a central role in employment and entrepreneurship. But at the same time, a large number of people, 43% of EU population, lack of basic digital skills. At the same time, there is a labor market shortage. 40% of employers postpone investments as they don't find people with the right skills, and 1 million digital vacancies over Europe, jobs that cannot be occupied because we do not have the right digitally skilled people. And digital skills and jobs are, of course, very high on the EU priority agenda, and we have ambitious targets to equip 80% of EU population with basic digital skills by 2030, and have 20 million ICT specialists by 2030 employed. And all digital and all digital network is working to close this digital gap. And how we advocate for and through our network provide inclusive, accessible, and high-quality digital education to prepare EU citizens to challenges of digital transformation, because we believe that every European should be able to exploit the benefits and opportunities created by digital transformation.
So, yes, as you were saying, we have many opportunities. We also know the needs. There will be a lot of employments that will need the digital skills. But the question that we want to raise is, how can we help more vulnerable collectives so that they can reach these job opportunities? Peter, the question is for you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I didn't realize the question for me. Could you please repeat? I'm sorry.
Nada, no te preocupes, te lo repito. Básicamente has hablado de las oportunidades que hay.
It's okay. So you've been talking about the opportunities because of digitalization, and one of the challenges that we're talking about here is how can we make that vulnerable groups can take profit of this? What do we need?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to quote Commissioner Maria Gabriel, who said that we need to go beyond digitalization into a real digital transformation of our economy and society, and it requires all Europeans to have digital skills required to be active members of the society. And indeed, those lacking digital skills are at risk of exclusion, and not only from everyday social practices, but also from education and professional opportunities. And our mission is that no one should be left behind. And our network pays a very special attention on disadvantaged groups. More than 60% of our training activities are aimed at groups of people who are at risk of social exclusion, and people with disabilities. And it's very important also that like 70% of these digital competence centers who provide digital training and advice to the population are located in rural areas, committed to the local social and economic development. And we must make sure that education and training are equally available and provide an opportunity for both women and men, and addresses the underrepresentation of women in STEM education. And we must say policymakers and training providers must consider the specific needs of disadvantaged groups like migrants, people not in education and employment or training, older persons, the low-skilled, disabled people and those who live in disadvantaged urban or rural areas. And I might share some interesting projects related to the enhancing digital skills of disadvantaged groups if we have time for discussion later.
Gracias, Peter.
Thank you very much, Peter. Roger, we've been talking about the technology. So that rural projects can be developed, technology is an essential factor. Just today I was talking with some entrepreneurs who work in apiculture, and they have been growing, but they said, we have a new website, we sell our products, but internet does not work well, and it's kind of a disaster. So in your case, since you are talking about the rural environment, why is it important to incorporate the vulnerable groups, and how important it is to have access to a good internet connection and good technology? Yes, I would like to highlight Peter's opinion. Nobody should be left behind, because this is one of the goals of the inclusive entrepreneurship policies, that everybody, independently of their background, can have the opportunity to start a project and become an entrepreneur. Maybe he or she will do it alone or collectively. So in this sense, from the perspective of public-private cooperation, we have very clear goals for this process and these people. They have to be very aware of their potential, and they have to know that they can be entrepreneurs and that they are capable of doing it. We should also make the most of their motivation. And of course, this goes in line with what has been said here with mental health, which is a key factor, but especially in this sense. And it is also important to guide these people to paths that sometimes do not have to do with entrepreneurship. So maybe we can study each case, and entrepreneurship is not the ideal case, at least for the moment. So this holistic approach is essential to know, to analyze case by case. And concerning technology, it is highly important, and it has to do with what Peter has just said, empowering these vulnerable groups so that they progressively learn and they enrich their life experiences. And to eliminate obstacles, because inclusiveness has to do with eliminating barriers, economical, social barriers, financial barriers. And we have to end with all of these barriers so that they have equal chances, not only in the rural sector, but also in cities. Now, let's just think about ideas that we can give to entrepreneurs or NGOs. So please, Roger, think about special ideas that you want to share with us. But first, Lara, get ready. But we go first with Cristina. You have just said that we will have a lot of opportunities in activities that already exist that have to be green, and also the direct opportunities. So what are we doing in this sense with vulnerable groups? I think this is a fundamental challenge, and therefore we have the platform of green employment. It is a platform that works with different alliances, and it focuses on the companies of labor insertion, companies of green employment, the public sector, academics. So it incorporates all these sectors. Its main goal is to be efficient and to evaluate which sectors will be affected by the transition. There are some elements we have to highlight. First, to see which opportunities we have. And not only the opportunities we are facing now, but the opportunities that we will face in 5 or 10 years. So we need an analysis of what is happening right now, an analysis towards the future. Second, in education, we've mentioned it many times. Training and education is very important. We need to have the correct frameworks. And last but not least, active policies. We can have the diagnosis. However, if we do not have active public policies that boost this kind of practices, it will be very difficult. So I think those are the 3 key points. First, analyzing future opportunities. Second, adapting labor profiles to new opportunities. And third, public and active policies. Well, I don't know if it will be difficult for you, but I want a practical case of, for example, a company that has incorporated these key points you've just mentioned. And I know it is a polemic topic. But before, Lara, how can we incorporate in your sector these vulnerable groups?
First of all, I completely agree with my colleagues previously. I think the sectors are interconnected, and the active policies are are essential, no matter which sector are you working or are they working with. In our case, for example, one way of incorporating vulnerable groups is to including them in the innovation process itself, because in many occasions what happens are that innovation are thought by a certain group, or the product development or process development by a certain group, and then at the end of the day don't address the needs of the real population or the end consumer, for example, in our sector. So one way of incorporating is to not create biased innovation, but including in the innovation process all the vulnerable groups already from the beginning, since the beginning. Because, as we said, for example, there are many products that are being developed not bearing in mind the needs of a certain population because they are not the economical, maybe stronger forces. So that's a big point from our side. One example could be we prepare, for example, over the pandemic, we had a program that we prepared very, very fast. It was called Salva Comidas, and it was to really create a network of distribution, catering schools and citizens to provide healthy food to vulnerable groups, vulnerable kids in the schools. So we prepare a pack of healthy foods by joining forces between different associations, retailer, supermarket, etc. I think that type of agile response as well is very much needed in these volatile and uncertain times we live. So I think that's also very important to help vulnerable collectives to be aware of the specific need on the moment, And I think as they were talking about digitalization, I think that's also very much is democratizing as well the opportunities in many occasions. We are doing many programs in entrepreneurship as well that in the past you could do only on cities or regions that are more innovative, and that thanks to this type of networks and technology are available for anyone that, of course, has the digital skills and they have the connection internet. But they are all on the same level of getting access for free to different training programs, to different mentorship programs, which are very important for business development as well in areas that are less innovative or they have less employment rates. That's a few things I can think of, but I'm sure there are many others. Yeah.
Bueno, nos has puesto ya un...
Yes, well, you have given us a good example of how can we run a project. So, Roger, you know what I'm going to ask you. So please, can you give us an example of a project that you have been developing? Well, I will explain you the project in Baix Llobregat in my region. We have a project of public-private cooperation, and it works with the regional council. There we have different stakeholders in a collective project that started from zero, and incorporates different principles of solidarity economy with many different entities. And for us it is very easy with a good governance model, sharing the interests and the needs of people, and to propose solutions, to know about the status quo of this sector, to know where should we focus. We are on our 5th year, and we will keep working for 3 years. And we still have a lot of energy to continue. We are also informing different municipalities of our territory for their policy decision making in aspects, for example, financing for different population groups, programs to create, to boost entrepreneurships in different collectives, also in the rural areas and also in the agri-food sector. We have popular gardens, we give spaces so that different collectives such as vulnerable groups can develop a first interaction with this agri-food sector, and they can empower themselves, becoming a member of something bigger. Sharing a space with people with the same issues. This empowers them a lot to take the next step, which is to think about new projects, about their own brand, to be launched to the market. And here ends the public part of this program. Of course, these programs have to be financed. The public sector has to support it. However, we also have to take into account the market and its necessities. And it has to be able to be applied in the future. It has to be able to work, so that we can think about developing this project in the long term. So it's very important to meet people like Roger, who are passionate about what they are talking. I was seeing your smile, your big smile, I could see that you really like what you're talking about. So how many people are working at your project? So we had more than 5,000 people in these 5 years. We created hundreds of collective projects. Most of them are cooperatives, but also associations, foundations, companies, employment centers, and all of these are included in the network from the very beginning so that they can interact between each other, so that they can cooperate, so that they can work all together and create new opportunities. And this creates more employment. Congratulations, because your project seems to be amazing and I cannot wait to know more. Cristina, can you give us more opportunities? First of all, our platform is focused on rehabilitation of buildings. This is a very ambitious goal, so that they are energetically more sustainable, so that they need less energy. This means that windows close properly, that energy is efficient, or that what architects call a code for the building so that they keep the temperature properly. So let's simplify it. This is what we understand by rehabilitation of buildings. And our platform is focusing on this because Spain has different goals on this. So we need a titanic effort. Companies need also qualified employees. They also need a social cooperation. Also, sometimes neighbors do not see this rehabilitation very clear. So all of these parts must agree so that the goal of changing the building is possible. So we are already working on this. But we also have to pay a lot of attention to other issues. We know that our cities keep a lot of heat. Yes, Madrid, for example, but I come from Zaragoza. I don't know if you know it, but it's the same. In summer we have a lot of days more than 40 degrees, and if there's people here from Andalusia, you already know the problem. Spain, because of its geography, is one of the most vulnerable countries to the climate change in the European Union. And the heat waves are more intense and more frequent. So how can our cities stand 45 degrees during 4 or 5 consecutive days? It's impossible. So we have to rethink our cities. We can do it in many ways. The first one, we have to create green, fresh spaces within the cities. Places where we can be outside, with shadow, with free drinkable water. So let's not only think about ourselves, let's also think about homeless people. Let's think about people with respiratory diseases, or children who are especially vulnerable to the effects of climate change. So we have to duplicate these green spaces. This means that sectors like gardening will multiply their work. And we have been working with disabled people a lot in gardening. We have still till 1:15 for these interventions, so people following these events can also think about different questions that we might raise. We also have one question for Lara, but then the floor is yours, but also for the people who are following us through YouTube. So, Peter, now it's your turn. So for the representatives of NGOs and companies, what kind of ideas can we give them so that we incorporate to the digital sector vulnerable collectives?
As I said, the rapid technological development, and it's also there is a forced digital transformation resulted by the COVID pandemic is unlocking many new job opportunities, and more than ever, digital skills are essential for adult workers to take advantage of these opportunities and also to play a key role in digital economy. But for that, we need to reskill and upskill unemployed citizens who are facing the challenges of digital transformation in their professional career. And our network aims to support citizens to develop new skills and attitudes required to succeed in today's labor market. And in our projects, we also want to mobilize employers' support and a new way of thinking about employment and recruitment. So we promote the idea of employers' ongoing engagement in the process of preparing their future employees through tailor-made training programs together with digital competence centers. So they contribute to their needs, and rather than just simply going to the labor market when they need to fill a position. Our projects also supporting the STEM education. I think it's a very important area where we have to invest in the professional development of STEM educators, talking about science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and complemented by arts. And we believe that supporting STEM education will really empower people in the choices, and not only for a career in the field, but also in general for their daily life. And then we need to invest in STEM field because these competencies are very important for the progression and sustainability of our economy and well-being.
Invertir, desde luego, hay que formarse, hay que impulsar todo eso para que la gente, porque al final no nacemos enseñados, ¿no?
Yes, of course, we need to adapt to that, and especially in the digital world, we need to have people who are experts in this new reality. So we all need to train ourselves constantly, but of course we need people to help us in that. Thank you so much, Peter. And so, Lara, we're going to finish with you these the questions from me. So, Lara, you were also talking about a specific project that you launched to help people, to help vulnerable people. So maybe you can tell us about how it was and how you arranged to do that.
To congratulate my colleagues as well, because their projects are really tremendous and trying to tackle a massive issue. We also we have several initiatives to incorporate and especially to support vulnerable collectives. I just, before I tell you about the Salva Comidas, I really would like to insist on the gender equity in our sector as well, because this is a massive way of getting employment, as said by the European Commission, that the EU could create 10.5 million extra jobs by 2050 by boosting the EU economy by almost 2-3 billion euros. So that's really massive, and for that we have also several activities and one program dedicated to early stage female entrepreneurs within the food sector, very especially also dedicated to rural areas, although not exclusively. But I think this is really a way of getting employment and opportunities. And regarding the other program, Salva Comidas, that was actually for me the way to see when there is a need or when there is a urgency moment, there are really people to collaborate quickly, and that make in less than 3 months to make an arrangement with different schools from 3 different regions, with 2 retailers and a couple of product companies, food companies, and we managed to give more than 10,000 packs. I think it was per day during the time of the lockdown for the kids. And then now we have managed as well, because it was very well received. We have managed to kind of increase that program to incorporate also the kids' education on teaching them about nutrition, about the management of the resources, food waste, since this is also they will be the guardians of the planet in the future. So that's something to bear in mind. But we have many of those programs very much focused also on water scarcity, teaching farmers to the more regenerative agricultural practices, because we need to regenerate ecosystems rather quickly. So, I don't know if I answered the question, actually.
Muchas gracias, Lara.
Thank you so much, Lara, for your response. And of course, congratulations for the great job that you've done and that you're doing for people who are in less favorable situations, for vulnerable groups. So great. So now we have a few minutes for the people in the audience if they have some questions, so that you can ask our speakers. So we'll bring you the microphone. Hello, everyone. I am from Peru. I just arrived in Madrid a few days ago, and I came here today because, I think this conference is super interesting today, and I loved all the speakers we had this morning. I worked with the NGO Mission Peru, and I work in an employment project. So that's why what Roger and Cristina said was super interesting. So I would like to know, within your experience, we've heard a lot about public policies and having the state participating in the economic development and employment, and entrepreneurship is very important. So I would like to know how you've been working with the city councils. I don't know if it happened here. Like in our case in Peru, the municipalities collaborate a lot with us. So I would like to know how this work has been connecting with the city councils, or if there is some coordination between the state, and how this can have an impact as an intermediate body. So you can elaborate a bit on that. Thank you. Thank you so much. So in the model that I explained before about a platform trying to accelerate the alliances, the innovative alliances, so that the model and our platform Green Employment focused on this, on the refurbishing of the buildings. This is an intersectorial model. So it is about sitting on the same table, different people thinking of a problem. So we do this with the municipalities, with the city council, or with the town councils, because they have the biggest competences. And then also the ministries that have something to say about the topic, about the situation, and also the companies that have the capacity to launch big projects for refurbishing of big buildings, and also the employment agencies, to see how we can incorporate those vulnerable groups, also the associations of neighborhoods. So it's not a model where we say we need the city council to help, or we need the ministry to fund this, or we need this person to launch this. So this model goes a bit beyond. This is about sitting together on the same table to think jointly about an issue, about a problem from different perspectives. So this is more like a phenomenon for co-creation. rather than a dynamic of co-creation and collaboration rather than what you normally see. So this part of this starts with a diagnosis where we see that the challenges that we have are so big that with the standard model that we used to have, it will not be enough. So in this case, for example, the relationships with the public administration of funding, and then I'll give you back some invoices. But this is a model that does not allow us to acquire the necessary competencies to tackle all the goals that we have. So we really think we need to change the way in which we work, and that's why we want to have these co-creation spaces and collaboration spaces. Thank you. Yeah, we totally agree with Cristina, 100%. So the model is about sitting together and think about it. So also in our project, it was good that we were a supra-municipal institution. We are present in 30 municipalities, so our powerful call is quite big. So we can have an impact on the different cities and on the different regions, and we can have all these elements in all the documents and in all the planning. And we also have parallel table so where we speak to the sector to see what they think, and this gives us back some information to our table and to table with the city councils. And like this, we have an absolute co-creation. And from there, we develop different initiatives, and we've done, for example, a guideline for social clauses so that public contracts are responsible. So now this is shared by 31 municipalities so that they can incorporate these aspects into their daily dynamics. So we have these different elements that are backed by the sector, by the market, and this is of course confirmed by this vision in our regions. So we hope they responded to your question. Well, right, any more questions in the audience? So if you like, you can introduce yourself. Sara is my name. I am a member of Action Against Hunger. I would like to congratulate all the speakers and also the people who were awarded the prize. My question is for Cristina, maybe also for Lara. You talked about this increase of positions within the sector. So what initiatives or solutions do you see so that the sector can avoid a horizontal gender segregation and also with the glass ceiling that we had before? Well, thank you so much for this question, because it is so true that, well, obviously we don't have so much time, so I didn't mention all that specifically, but it is a crucial element. I spoke about energy before, and this is a super masculine sector. So we run the risk of doing an ecologic transition according to the environmental aspects, and we could maybe even include vulnerable groups, but not taking into account the gender approach. And this could be a loss of opportunity, because then this transition will not be total, because then half of the population will have been left out. So we will not have this gender approach. So this is something that takes into account all those projects when it comes to taking into account employment, but also it comes from the approach of the project itself. So here we have the methodology and everything, and there we do guarantee that the gender perspective will be incorporated. And this is for energy, which is where I've focused today. So if we think of other sectors, it will be the same. So if we think of recycling, for example, normally it is also a very masculine sector. So there we need to include the gender perspective. But when it comes to, let's say, for example, well, of course, in food, Lara will mention that in the food sector. But if it comes to traffic or mobility, in those elements, again, there we have a very masculine vision. So everything related to sustainability and green employment. This is going to start with this gap So our projects need to include our gender perspective, because otherwise the problem will multiply. So it is really necessary here. And also I think everyone is now very clear that this is not about just about having the environmental goals, and it is not just about the inclusion goals, but we also need to have a gender perspective additionally. So Lara, maybe you want to also reflect on this?
Just add on Christina's answer, I completely agree on the gender perspective, adding those lenses into the different sectors. That's key because it all depends with what you compare with. So in our current situation, for example, in the food sector, we have many female that has high education in food and nutrition, in research. So we have quite well representatives in education, but when you go to the decision making or to the businesses, you see a rather decrease on the representation, and that's a lot to do with the lenses as well, and with the barriers they have been facing. So we have those initiatives to support the movement from early stage entrepreneurs, from business ideas into the market, into the ambitious business models. And then one very important thing is also to bring more female perspective into the financial world, into the investment. We see there the biggest gender gap, especially for financing startups. Less than around 92% of the startups are only financed for only male members, and that's because we are also lacking representation in venture capitals, in all the finance. There is a lack of female representing there, and then it's quite hard to reach the money or raise the financials needed for the business. So that's a couple of options or things we can work on.
Gracias, Lara. Si os parece, le voy a...
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to ask the same question to Peter. We know Peter is there. So maybe we can ask also the same thing to Peter, because I think this very same problem also happens in the world of engineering, IT. Because recently in Madrid, we saw in the news that there were 2 women that had created a startup that was promoting women to enter the programming world, and this was broadcasted in all the media. So I was like, well, here there is a big interest and there is a gap. So what can we do for women since they are children? How can we get them to be interested in more of digital careers?
Thank you very much for the question. We need to digitally empower people and girls who are very underrepresented in the ICT sector and also in STEM education. And we have some initiatives how to make them interested in the sector. And we realize that coding is, for instance, one of the initiatives which is really to support their inclusion. And coding is the language of the future, and a way for everyone to use technology for a creative engagement. And coding, we believe, should be accessible to everyone, including girls and, of course, other disadvantaged groups. And this objective can be very well reached through non-formal training provided by digital competence centers. Or another initiative is, as we call it, the Social Academy project, hacking. Basically, acquiring the skills, again, coding skills, through collaborative educational activities and co-creation methodology, to find solutions to real-world problems, also to be addressed to sustainable development goals. And our experience is that girls are extremely skilled and excited to be involved in these activities, and through these activities, getting and improving their digital skills and ready for labor market needs.
Muchas gracias, Peter.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much for this comment. We'll have to put this into practice, of course, everything you're explaining. Okay, so we will have time just for one more question if you have one, or if not, we can leave it here. Do you have any specific question? Otherwise, we will close this amazing table we've had with 4 amazing speakers. Okay, so there's no more questions, so thank you so much. Everything was very clear. Thank you so much, Roger, for your time and for the ideas you shared, and good luck with your great project that we have. So, Cristina, thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much, Peter, for your last comments. Thank you so much and good luck. And Lara, I want to say this to you from the very beginning. I'm so jealous with the food you have on your picture, your background. That looks so great. The avocado toast looks so nice. So now we're all very, very hungry. Thank you so much, Lara. Take care. Great, so thank you so much.
So it's been very interesting. Many different projects, many ideas. So to finalize this inspiring morning, let's begin with the awards. We love the awards. There are no awards with us. However, I think it is very important to recognize these successful projects. So let's begin knowing the good practices that have been the finalists in this award organized by the European Network for Inclusion. So we will call to this scenario Silvia Rodríguez, a representative from Action Against Hunger. Thank you very much. So we are almost reaching the end of this event, but I wanted to use these moments to share some of the key aspects of our project. As you know, the European Network for Inclusion is a project since 2016 with the support of the Ministry of Social Affairs and 2030 Agenda. I think we have shown this morning that the challenges that we are facing are constantly changing, and they are more and more global. We're talking about mental health, how to generate to those people new habits, to incorporate them to the labor market. This is not only happening here, we share these challenges, and therefore we need innovation and cooperation processes. And in line with this idea, this project emerged as a space where we can share experiences and cooperate so that these solutions add value and that we can face together all of these challenges. Briefly, these are the key aspects of our project. Since 2016, we've been working on these 3 work axes. First, visibilizing this work so that all of this innovation that is being done can be transferable and learn from what we are all doing. So you will be able to know who are the finalists this year. There are also some different webinars, and there are also some field studies to exchange experiences. Secondly, we try that more entities can be funded by the EU, because it is an essential tool so that that funding is not limited to isolated projects, and so that we can keep innovating in other regions and other countries and transferring these innovations. So from our network, we share everything that has to do with inclusive employment, and we keep looking for new partners. And last but not least, we want to strengthen the European ecosystem of social inclusion, visualizing all of this work, and so that these collaborations are strong. Briefly, because I don't want to steal your time, there are 373 entities that belong to this network. We've worked a lot with them during these years. We have identified 120 good practices that have been shared. 29 of them have been granted an award. We have also strengthened this innovation in 25 different entities that have participated in groups with 64 professionals from different member states of the Union. And we keep organizing working groups so that we can analyze these challenges and visualize solutions. Facing the future, our idea is to keep doing what we have been doing, so that innovation is at service of social inclusion, so that we can help people who have difficulties to access the labor market. We have to keep finding and identifying niche, such as, for example, green economy, and make them inclusive opportunities to create chances for people who are in risk of exclusion. We have to keep collaborating with institutions so that they can use European funds, and so that they can keep finding solutions for their challenges. And also we have to be the reference point and also a learning point for everybody who has a commitment with innovation and solving these challenges. So thank you to all the entities that have been with us today. Congratulations, and let's keep working in forums such as this one, because this is an added value. I hope this cooperation keeps existing in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Silvia, and congratulations for your work. Congratulations for your projects, and also to all the projects that are in this forum. So, as you said, we will give 6 awards to 6 entities that have been developing very interesting projects related with inclusion in business. And before we give these awards, please Luis González come to stage. You have heard him. He's the Director of Technical Engineering and Action in Action Against Hunger, so please an applause for him. So let's start delivering these awards. So we will ask something to you. Our photographer will take a very nice photo of yours, and then we will have a family photo all together. So come on stage and then stay on stage, okay? So let's begin with good practices in the category of inclusive employment. Gendered, a project from the Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies about gender stereotypes, promoting gender equality in education and labor orientation. So Maria Angeli, researcher and coordinator of projects since 2008, please come on stage. Maria? Stay here, please. So let's continue with Luxembourg. Has had very good. It has been very successful working with migrants and integrating them socially and laborally. DigiCoach has coaching sessions by people from their origin countries, and we have Ellen Saloum, professor and administrator. So please come on stage. And in this category, we wanted to recognize the great work done by Red Acoge in its project Sensibiliza to boost the cultural diversity in Spanish companies. 104 Spanish companies have worked in this project, improving their approach to diversity. Tanya Vilklova, please come on stage. And in the category of inclusive entrepreneurship, we recognize a project that we have just talked about. It is l'Ateneo Operativo del Baix Llobregat, an initiative of the regional council of this region. 23 local partners have cooperated for this project. Roger has just told us about it. We have Lourdes Burrell Moreno, the director of social inclusion. So Lourdes, congratulations, please come on stage. We also have the School of Industrial Organization, who has worked in rural areas with women. So Carmen Paz Soria, General Secretary of EROI organization, and Eva Curto from the Innovation and Internationalization area. And finally, we also acknowledge the excellent work of Matera Hub Consortium through the ELIME project with young migrants. With this program, the existing undertakings of the participating people have been strengthened, and those with an idea have been able to develop it through a mentoring scheme and a network of support entities. Receives the award Paolo Montemuro, co-founder and director of the consortium. An applause for him. Thank you very much. So let's make a family photo with everybody on stage. I don't know if we all fit. Also for our team, an applause for the team of Action Against Hunger, please. Yes, just 1 second, because we are looking for one person more. It's going downstairs. A great applause, please. One more photo. Yes, I think it's enough. So since you are on stage, we wanted to thank you for being in this amazing space. Special thanks to Action Against Hunger for this initiative, for this amazing initiative, and for all people who have gotten an award. Keep working. Thanks for having us here as presenters. It's been a great pleasure. So we have to say goodbye, and now we will have lunch. Thank you.